basics for building a ship that seems like a lot of the people that I've interacted with kind of struggle with. So we're gonna run around so we can place this core because I want it off the ground, and that's actually we're gonna actually just kind of start with how to place a core, right? How to place a core where you want it. Um, okay, so I'm gonna get over here on this platform. Get right here. It's kind of noisy. It's over here by my factory. But so one of the things, so first of all, the tool you want is the deploy ground element tool. By default, this is number 5, and then you want to select your core. So I'm getting ready to build a medium core ship. Um, so there's the medium core, and then once I've got that, you can drag it. You can either double click it in your inventory right here, or you can drag it over to the sidebar and drop it. So I could like do that, and I can put another one in here. So I've got a medium and a small, and I could, have an extra small, large, whatever. And you can swap these around and move them around over here to make them more convenient.
This?
And I got my little girl here. So she's talking. What's this?
I think it's a soda.
It is a soda. Yeah, she's excited. She got a soda.
Reindeer.
So. All right.
It's a reindeer.
So we're gonna
That's
deploy
a
this medium
reindeer.
core. Yeah, and I want to build it facing that way, and I want to build it kind of away from me, right? And so the problem is that I can't like you can't place it over there, right? Um, and we want it to be out of everything, but I want it there. So all I have to do to lock it in place over there is just press like page up or page down, and then I can move around and look, and I can see okay, my build area is still in this spot. So I'm just going to move it around a little bit, and now your arrow keys will move this, and then page up and page down. But it's a little bit hokey because if I'm looking this way and I'm moving it up, it's moving it kind of crooked because it wasn't based on anything. It's sitting on a crooked piece of ground over there. It says all crooked over here. And that's fine. Now, the important thing is this arrow. See, now that I was able to lock it in place, I can actually come over here and I can actually click to place it now. And I've got it kind of locked in place. So I can see, okay, it's not being impacted by anything here. But I do want it higher off the ground.
And green.
Okay, and so we're just gonna go page up a couple times.
Carrots.
Yeah,
Free carrots.
and I don't want a very tall ship, so we're gonna place it like about there. I think will be good. And I can just click to place it, and we're gonna call this. So this ship is ultimately going to end up with an anti-gravity unit, so we're going to call it Ag. It's an anti-gravity. Um, and I don't know what else, like Agwip. It's work in progress. And we'll call it that for now. And then here's the first issue that I see people run into. I place the core. It's out of my inventory. It's not there. And so this is a pretty common bug right now in the game. You can see I've still got it selected, but the core is not there. Okay. Now technically this is supposed to put you in build mode when you place the core, but since the core doesn't actually appear, I can't do anything. All right. And I took down a ship over there, and you can still see a ship on my mini map, kind of northwest. And there is a core still floating over there. You can go over here and see it, but the ship isn't actually there. Run into the factory. So there's the core floating in midair. And that ship doesn't even exist anymore. There is no core over there. And now I've got a core over here. And this core doesn't exist. Or, in my game. And it actually does exist. And so the only way that I found to fix this with any reliability is just to log out, which takes a minute. Log out, and you wait, and logging out is always a time-consuming process. So we're just going to log out, and we're going to log back in. So I'm going to hit the vape a couple times while we log out. It won't take too long, but I'll be back as soon as we get it back in. Alright, and I just heard the beep, so that means we're getting ready to actually get the log out screen finally. There we go. Yay, we're logged out. Alright. So, sorry that takes so long. It is just a thing. And now we're going back in, and loading hopefully won't take nearly as long. And then you'll see that the core is gone from the ship that I had removed, and the new core will be in place. And so this is a beta. There are some issues and stuff, and so you'll find a few things.
I want to sit on the purple chair.
Okay, go sit on the purple chair.
Play on tablet.
Okay.
And play on her tablet.
Okay. She's gonna go play her tablet. And it looks like I might have gotten the loading 0% bug now. Oh, wait, there it goes. All right, it's finally going. So that is a bug that people experience too. Loading 0%, it'll just sit there literally indefinitely. It'll never load. It'll just say loading 0% and just stick. So another thing that happens quite frequently is the game crashes when I log back in. That seems to be more related to me than other people. I haven't heard a lot of other people complaining about that. Only one other person that I know of has that same issue, so we'll see if it'll let me log in or not. Usually if I log out and log back in, it'll let me, but sometimes it will still crash. But every time I close the game and reopen it, my first, like every other time, will crash. Okay, so now you can see the ship kind of northwest of me is gone, and the score is here. So we're just going to go ahead and go into build mode. A couple things to point out. First of all, this has to be the direction that your ship is built in. Your engines need to be back, pushing the ship that direction. Your main engines. You can do some funky stuff with the side engines and stuff, but this is the direction of your ship. That arrow and that arrow, and there's an arrow somewhere else. I think it's actually, that might be it. I was thinking there was one more arrow somewhere. That is the direction your ship is going to be flying in. Second thing is this cross here. So there's a 3D cross right here, and right now it's centered up on the core, on this core unit here, and that's the center of it. And then it goes that way, and it goes this way. It goes up and down, left and right, and back and forth. Okay, this is where your center of mass, or your center of gravity, is located on your ship. So if you take and place a heavy element, let's say we place a cargo container. Alright, we're just going to drop a cargo container here temporarily over on this side. And you'll notice that the center of gravity, that big cross, shifted. Hang on just a second. Okay. Alright. Yeah, she was needing help with her tablet. Alright. So, notice the center of gravity has shifted all the way over to here. And sometimes it's a little hard to figure out exactly where that center of gravity is. Because, I mean, like, when you're looking at it on the elements, it actually looks like it's kind of moving. So, kind of hard to locate sometimes exactly where it is. And the easiest way that I've found to do this is, and I didn't put any voxels in my thing yet, but if you have some voxels, kind of get where you think you're in line with it, and then just place a cube of voxels in that spot, and then you can kind of see where it comes out of the cube of voxels. Is the easiest way to figure it out. So we're gonna go get some voxels real quick, and we'll continue from there. Run along here. Think. Nope, not. Oh, yeah, there. There's a bunch of them in here. We'll just. We're not gonna get very many. We don't need a whole lot right now. And actually, we do have some in here. Let's use what we got. I thought we left them out. Okay. So, there's this. So we're going to open our inventory. We're going to look in this link container here. And we're just going to grab something. And it seems like the thing we have the most of is this polished dark gray aluminum. So we're going to just drop this. And while you're in here, you can actually either click those at the bottom. So you can like 1, 2, 3, and change your tool. So specifically, if you're wanting to load up your element bar and you forgot to click it, or you can click numbers and it'll change. Same thing. So right now I want to do voxels. I have luminescent white glass in there. I'm just going to throw this polished dark gray aluminum on there. And we're going to throw the 3 that we have the most of on there, and then the white glass. I think that's the 3 we have the most of yet. Alright. So now, if we come back over here, the way that I like to kind of start out over here, whenever I'm starting building a ship, is I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to hit page up. And so now this is centered kind of on that core. And then I'm just going to control, and that's going to let me move it further. And I'm going to control page up, and I'm going to move that thing all the way out to the very, very edge of the build area. And then we're going to pause for a minute while I go get Trolls movie on TV for the baby girl, and I will be right back because she's not going to be quiet until I give her Trolls movie. So I'll be right back. All right, so she changed her mind, and we're doing some Frozen 2 in the background while we do this because she wanted Frozen 2 instead. So you can see I moved these voxels way out there to the very edge of the build area. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do this a total of 4 times, and notice like it doesn't look like it's lined up with the square, right? I'm just doing this off the face of the core unit there. Then we're gonna do this. And just going to move that one out there until it turns red and then move it back. And one of the things you'll notice here, just kind of an important note, this little widget in the middle of your crosshair thing here, notice that it's a diamond right now. That is because the thing is out of build area bounds, and then it turns into a little, like it closes. And that means that it is inside bounds. If you're outside bounds, or you're somewhere you can't place something, it looks like an open diamond, and then it kind of closes up whenever it is in a place where you can place it. Okay, so next most important thing, after we get these, so we don't need to do the tops and bottoms. We just need to do these 4. We're going to do the 4 sides. And then once we get that done, we're going to go back and we're going to make sure we're building the right direction, which should be this way. But we'll double check and make sure I placed it the way I wanted it. So there we go. Move it back. Alright, right there. Alright, and now you can see it's really easy to identify now. That line goes through this point. And now you can see it, right? Like you can see where that center of gravity line actually ends up. And so that's why I like to stick these out here. Okay, so we're building this direction. So these 2 are the most important ones, and we're going to change their color. And that's where your 8 tool comes in. The tool by default is on 8 is the replace voxel tool. And you just click 2 corners of an area, and then you click it again, and it changes the color to a different material. Okay, and then you just press escape to unselect that. Then we're going to go back here to the back, and we're going to do the same thing again. Alright, and so what this does is this identifies for us where the center of gravity is supposed to be really easily forward, backward, and side to side. Now the side to side one, we don't care if we shift the center of gravity forward and backward. We can deal with shifting it forward and backward. But if you end up with your center of gravity like off over here somewhere, or even a little bit off to the side, that's going to make a huge difference in the way your ship handles. Your ship handling is largely related to where this center of gravity piece is located in relation to your adjuster. So you can move it. You can move it a bunch if you want to, and still make a ship that will actually fly decent and handle good and everything else. But you have to be aware of it so that you move your move your elements around to make it fly appropriately for that design. So for me, I like to keep my center of gravity as close to the original spot as it is. And now there's a caveat to that, and that is that it will not stay there. Because when you put a container down, the center of gravity changes for that container. So the best way to do that, to deal with the center of gravity for a container, is with a container hub. And so what we're going to do is we're going to just start out by dropping a handful of voxels kind of right on the front of this. Just like that. And then we're just going to drop the container hub right there. And that's going to kind of become the center-ish area for now of this ship design. So we got the container hub over here. We're just going to select that. And we're actually going to stick it right here, kind of smack dab in the middle of this. And so this is kind of where the next thing comes in. On the right-hand side of your little build area here, over on the right, at the top right, you have 3 numbers: X, Y, and Z. Z is up and down. X is your left and right, and Y is your forward and backward. So if I go this way, the Y number changes. If I get way out there, it's actually in world space instead. And so it gives you completely wonky numbers, but we don't care about that. So if we want this centered, we do 0, 0, and then the Y is forward. And so whenever this container is loaded, it's going to move up to here. And we don't really care about that too much. So then we can trim and do whatever. We can kind of make this a little nicer. Oh my goodness, hold on. Okay, so I'm back. She got herself stuck. All right, so the center of gravity piece with the containers. So I've got 2 containers here, and I'm going to place them like this, and I don't care where I place them now. So I'm gonna place this one like way off to the side, right? And that should be good. Okay. Center of gravity goes way over there. And then I'm going to link it to the container hub. as soon as I link it to the container hub, it should, and they may have actually fixed this now. I don't know. Not really. Kind of. The center of gravity moved back a little bit, at least, from that location. This will take the weight of the items that are in the container. So now, if I throw, let's just throw everything in here into this container. Throw all of the items in there. That's 800 tons, 700 tons. And you'll notice that the center of gravity moved all the way back over here. This is where it thinks the mass of the item contents are. So this location doesn't matter as long as it's balanced. The location of your container hub matters for moving the center of gravity around. So with that said, there are a couple items I'm gonna either build or buy for this new ship. I'm probably going to get a second XL space engine, and I'm gonna put a couple L's on it as well. So I don't have those quite yet, but let's go ahead and move this back up close here, and then we're gonna just right there. We're just gonna kind of play with it a little bit. All right, we're gonna put one of them there, and then we're gonna drop the other one right beside it. Try to line it up kind of close. All right, now this one's upside down. It's got rails on the bottom instead, so we'll fix that in a second. Now, this is one of those things where the arrow keys are messed up. So that's left and right. That's right. That's left. That's up. That's down. And then that's page down and page up. It's like completely backward to what you would expect. But that's okay. And, oh. Yeah. Declares link container. And then, because I moved everything. Right. Okay, now, place that one. And then we're going to move this one around to where the thing is correct on it. And we're going to try to get it lined up with this other one. So we're just going to move them right together. Alright. Well, that's neat. Didn't know you could do that. It could actually embed the core, apparently, which is a bug. I have not seen that bug before. That is actually, like, the core is in that container now. I don't know how much playing you could do with it, but that certainly shouldn't happen. It's a beta, right? It's a beta. Okay, so there's that. So those two containers now are side by side, and so they keep my center of gravity proper here. But you'll notice, like, these ones that I put over here, the container hub has actually got all that weight, so that moves the center of gravity forward from where it would be. Now, if I were to empty this, the center of gravity would move back here closer to the cans. And so loading all of your elements inside here lets you actually see how your center of gravity is going to shift a little bit as you're building your ship, which is a little bit useful because you don't want your center of gravity floating up and down. So the next thing you want to see is that this is at a Z1, and this one's a Z1. We actually don't want them at Z1. We want them at Z0. And now it says it's colliding with something, so that's fine. We'll just move it down. Move it down. So 12.5, 12, 0. And that one is at 12.5, 12, 0. So those are symmetrical, which is important here. And then we got a little narrow path here. So we're probably going to make this area like a floor maybe. I don't know exactly. So we're going to throw an anti-gravity unit on this. And so we're going to put 10 cans on it. We're going to put 10 large containers. It's going to get a warp drive. And it's going to get a lot of stuff. Not sure exactly what all it's going to get yet, but it'll be a lot. And it's going to be a lot of fun. But that's kind of your basic starting point for building a ship. Is you want to know where your center of gravity is, and you want to get your heavy stuff on first. So the anti-grav unit is a fairly large unit compared to the ship's relative size. So you use a small anti-grav device on a medium core ship. And I don't actually have one, so I can't place it to like gauge the size for building right now. But it is pretty big. So that's something to bear in mind as I'm kind of putting this thing together. All right. So the next thing is I want to remember how many cans I want to put on here. So this thing is 2 right now, and I haven't linked them all yet. So let's go ahead and link can number 2. I think was over here. Yeah. Okay, that one needs linked. All right, and we're gonna go ahead and go get the rest of our cargo cans and put them on. It's gonna require us to run through the noisy factory. So we need 8 more cans. Which we have right there. So we're just going to put those there. Alright. And now that will be our 10 large cans. So where, we need to kind of pay attention to where we can put them without getting in the way of having enough space for wings, engines, the anti-grav device, and a proper cockpit. So let's start out by doing this. Let's get this container lined up properly, and we're going to do 4 across here to start in the middle, right here. Get this one. This is upside down again. I don't know why they keep on popping in upside down. Okay. That appears to be correct. Okay. And now an easy way to make sure you've got all of your elements lined up is to press U while you're placing them. So like I want one at a symmetrical place from that one, so I press U and it kind of highlights that one. And so now when I'm moving this one around, it does this, weird thing. So then when I get it in the right place, it will highlight it yellow. And so this is not the right place there because it's all rotated wrong. Okay, here you go. Here you go. So the symmetry tool doesn't give a crap about whether or not it's actually symmetrical. And so that's something to keep in mind when you're moving these things around, because you'll end up with supposedly symmetrical things. The other thing is that it only cares about 2 axes. So like this is all considered symmetrical. It isn't symmetrical, but it is symmetrical in 2 axes. So once I'm here, it cares if I move it this way, and it cares if I move it this way. But anything left and right is considered symmetrical, which is, to me, kind of counterintuitive, because in symmetry you would, especially with building a ship, you would expect that the symmetry tool would actually want you to have things perfectly symmetrical.
Halloween with Frozen.
Okay. Okay, get it. Get it. You know, coloring with the Frozen. Alright. So, anyway, that's the symmetry tool. I don't like the symmetry tool for that very reason, and so the way that I do this is, you remember the numbers in the upper right corner? I use those. So you got 28, 12, 0, or 28.5, 12, and 0. This one is at negative 28.5, 12, and 0. Yeah.
I found it, Daddy.
Okay, go get it. And so this one, 12.5, 12, 0. 12.5, 12, 0. So that's how I do symmetry. Just look at the numbers, make sure things are rotated properly, and put them across like that. So for the next set of containers, and like I said, I want to put 10 in here. So I can do 2 rows of 4 and then a row of 2. That'll probably do things pretty nicely. So what I can actually do is I can move these back a little bit. I don't know. Kind of depends on how I set the thing up, I guess. But the easy way to get these set up next is to rotate it to where it's on the end. And then we're just going to shove it in a little bit to make sure it's lined up and down, which is 0 anyway, so I didn't really need to do that. And then we're just going to put that there. And then we're going to go across to here. And there's 0, 0 and Z. And then this is the first location that it'll fit there, so we know that's right. And then 0 on Z. I happen to remember that that is a 12.5. And then this is a 28.5, 0 on Z. And so now we have 8 containers there. And then the last 2, I'm going to, for now, I'm going to put right up here. And again, we're going to 0 it on Z. And then what I want to do is I want to pinch that that line in between these last 2 containers. So that's one of them. And that should keep my symmetry line. Let's get rid of that. That should leave it perfectly centered in this square. And it actually looks like it's a hair high, but as you move around, now it looks a hair low, and so it's really hard to tell exactly. The easiest way to get an exact position on it is to go out here to the end. You can see it intersects with this crosshair right here, so that is exactly where you want it. After this, so we're going to build this thing pretty low profile. That's kind of the next thing. So I put all these in a flat configuration. I could have like stacked them all up real big and bulky, but we want one cross section that is, it has a low profile. Give me just a second here. I'm gonna hit my vape. So it's alright to be fat in a couple of directions. You can have a really long ship that's really wide, or really short, and that's okay. Or you can have a really tall ship that's really narrow and really long, and that's okay. A ship that isn't long but is fat in the other 2 directions is kind of impractical unless you put a lot of rocket engines on it, because that's the thing. And we'll get to rocket engines here in a little bit, but this is interesting. Kind of neat little design that makes there. Might have to use that in our build. So we got our 10 cargo cans on here. Anti-grav device is going to probably sit in the center back here, right back here. And it's if I recall correctly, it'll actually probably come out to the edge of these cans almost, and it'll come back probably about halfway to the back, so something like that. It's about that big, this area here. It'll kind of fill that, and we'll see that. I might actually go buy one here in a little bit, just so I can go ahead and stick one in, and then sell the one I'm making when I get it. Which I guess right now is not a good time to buy one because, first of all, they're expensive. This is not the right. There we go. So, anti-gravity generator. So they've gone down a little bit. They're not nearly as bad as they were. But I don't think I can carry one in my pocket. Actually, I can carry exactly one in my pocket. So I might go pick one up here in a minute, just so I can shove it into the ship, and then I'll sell the built ones. Looks like there's a little bit more competition on them than there was. There was only one on market for a while. We're ending up with one at a time, and with one at a time, the competition is one. So prices have gone down about 2-3 million on them now. They were close to 9 million, and now they're at 6. That's at District 6 Marketplace, and I don't have a ship currently. So I think I will go and purchase that. So we're going to drop out of build mode for a minute, and we'll talk about blueprints. And blueprints are the way to store a ship design without having to have that ship currently in use. And what I have here, I have a blueprint for a ship. I've got blueprints for lots of ships, but specifically the one that I want is the SM Standard Speeder Mark 1. And for that, I think I have the... I don't know if I have the voxels in there or not. I know I have the voxels in here. So what I might do, and I don't know if this will work or not. So I think it was all plastic. So I'm just going to dump all of this in there. To deploy a blueprint, the quick and easy and dirty way, but you actually have to move the blueprint though. So let's grab, oh I did move the blueprint, there it is. So just click that, and looks like it do not have all the materials required. So you can click it in your inventory, and I have the adjusters, I have the atmospheric air brake, I have no ammo engine M. So let me grab that. I think that's in a different container. Right there. Drop that in there. Alright, now I'm missing fuel tank S, the cockpit controller, compact ailerons. Okay, I'm missing a bunch of stuff. Give me a second. Alright, so the compact ailerons and cockpit controller are in a different chest. So let's get that stuff. They're over here. Alright, I think they're in this one. Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe they're in this one. Alright. So when you're placing a blueprinted ship, I'll show you this in a second, but it does not work if you have used your flying element. So just a minute, you'll get to see that. Alright, I need to see what else I need. Alright, I need a extra small container, the extra small core unit, fuel intake. Alright, so extra small core unit, fuel intake, Uh, I don't see my core units in there, so they must be in this container. There we go. Alright, and what else was it? Extra small container. It actually is in here. So, grab one of those. Alright, I think that's everything. So we're going to go back, try to deploy it again. Nope, not yet. What am I missing now? Hover engines. And I do have the plastic that I need. So hover engines are in the other container as well. I've kind of got stuff just strewn all over everywhere, so I need 2 of these. There we go. And now you see there, some items required are missing. So you can see that I have everything, and a lot of people get hung up on this when they're deploying a blueprint. And the reason that you cannot deploy the blueprint is because of this right here. There's a white line under this cockpit controller, and that just simply means that it has dynamic properties. Remove dynamic properties, just right click and remove dynamic properties, or there's a button right up here. That button removes the dynamic properties. Once those are removed, go back, you hit it again, and suddenly your ship works. Boom, there it is. Alright, now I am linked to a container that actually currently has fuel in it. So we're going to go ahead and fuel this thing up, and it's kind of hard to see the fuel tank in here. It's right there-ish. Where's it at? Oh, okay. I thought it was there. Maybe it's... I don't remember where I put the fuel tank in this thing. There it is, right there. Alright, fill up the fuel tank real quick. Okay, so this is the little ship that I built here a while back to kind of... Oops, I just fell off my platform. Ugh. Okay, so I built this ship a little while back to just to scoot around with on a planet. It's got a large atmo brake, so it will literally stop in midair. And then just some little adjusters to roll it around and stuff, kind of everywhere. And what we're going to do is we're going to open up the market, District 6 Marketplace. We know that that thing will fit in our inventory, right? And so we're just going to make sure our nanopack is empty. So move slot, move slot. Alright, so nanopack is empty. And we go ahead and pilot this. And I actually really hate this this view. And I don't remember how to get the other view back up, but here we go. And we're going to go to District 6 Marketplace real quick, and we'll grab that, maybe. There are no points of interest. There are none. Planet's blank. Try again. Nope. Alright. Set market as destination. And so now it's at least there for me. And so here's what this ship is useful for. And this was built on a different planet, so kind of keep that in mind if it doesn't work as well up here, as far as handling goes. Might not. So there's full throttle, and we're going to go back into here so we can see our speed and stuff, see how it handles, because I actually haven't flown this one on this planet yet. So we can conserve a little bit of fuel by going higher. And we'll talk about this ship whenever we get back a little bit too, and kind of discuss some placements and stuff, just for funsies. But we're gonna get go get the anti-grav device for this medium ship. Get it built. So, go a little higher, make our fuel last a little longer. So the ship doesn't handle quite as well. It doesn't go quite as fast as it did on the planet it was built on. Which is kind of unfortunate. Might have to do some redesigning on this. Still handles pretty decent though. And it looks good. So, as soon as we get over there, we'll pocket the anti-grav device and come back. I'm not sure if I can pocket the pulsars or not, but I don't care as much about them. And this ship has a unique little ability too. If you cut your engines real quick, you can do a flip in midair. And get your engines going again. Yep, it still works. Okay. That at least still works on the planet. That's a bonus. Yeah, I'll probably redesign this ship a little bit once I get the other ship built. I'll redesign this one, make it a little more effective for flying on Alioth, because flying on Alioth is different than flying on other planets. Alright, we're getting there. I didn't really expect to be buying one of these in the middle of building a ship, but I guess we'll go ahead and do it. It's worth it at this point with the price. Just have it done, and then it's gonna hang out above the base pretty much all the time. It's gonna eventually have a platform to park on up there, and we're gonna park our lovely little ship right up on the platform over here for the market, if the market loads in, and I'm not seeing a market over here, so I'm probably gonna have to relog. This is a pretty common problem for me, so we're just gonna land somewhere. Just gonna go ahead and cut my engine, and we'll just float this guy right in. And so the large Atmo brake is super handy. I don't know how fast I'm going, but I literally just stopped in midair right there. And there we go, and land. And we'll go ahead and relog, get out and relog, and we'll start again here in a second. So I actually kind of hit the ground a little harder than I intended to, and I dropped because this thing hovers so high. But anyway, we'll relog and get our markets loaded in. That way we can actually park at the market instead of in the market, which I do occasionally because the market didn't load in. So I haven't been playing too long since the last restart, so we get to the short restart this time because it doesn't have to unload a lot of stuff from memory, which is handy. And we're going to get loaded back in. It's going to take a little longer to load this time because I am going to end up loading part of the market fiasco with the load this time. There's going to be a ton of extra stuff, and then I get to go through the slideshow of the market, and we'll get over to actually buying the anti-grav device, and we'll see if we can pocket some pulsars with it, but I don't know about them. I don't know if I can actually even afford them. I've spent about 40 million on ore recently, so the wallet's running a little thin right now, which I've got some stuff to sell. I just haven't put it up for sale yet. So I'm not poor. I'm just over invested. Got way too much invested in ore and items right now, and not enough invested in my wallet. All right. So now I should be able to fly in and land. We're going to kind of bump over everything here because we have a nice looking ship. We're going to park it right in front of everybody's noses, and man, this thing turns fast. Lag a little bit and it flips halfway around on you. And that's going to kind of boot my ship out of the no-fly zone there, which is fine. All right, and now the slideshow of the market. So I want to 7. I want to move my ship away a tiny bit so it's not in the no-fly zone. Then I'm just going to display it kind of proudly right over here and see if anybody wants to buy it, because I will totally sell it. There we go. You can see it real good as you come in or come out. Alright, now we'll run over here. Man, the market is so laggy for me. So bad. I don't know what I would actually sell that ship for, like the blueprint. Don't know. Okay. Alright, so anti... Okay, get her back in the rainbow. I don't know what you're talking about, but do it. Do it to it. Alright. And we're going to buy this. Boom. That fits and almost takes up the entire thing. And let's see about pulsars. Pulsars have gone down as well. 340, 250. I need a place that can buy all of them. Alright, so looks like District 7 and 10 I can fill out the pulsars, but I want to see 800 liters. So I can't carry them right now. So we're gonna skip them for now. We'll go back through the slideshow again and carry the anti-grav device home at least. Right, now that we're back over here. That's actually one of my org mates there. He likes my ship.
That's no ordinary salamander. It's a fire spirit.
That's no salamander.
Alright. And of course I'm heavy right now, so it gets me a warning. We're just gonna kind of tip up, take off, if we can. Maybe. And of course we're spinning like a top. So this happens on occasion. And this is an issue. So what we've got here is a stuck we've got a stuck adjuster. So if I let go, it just does that. So I don't know what we just blew up. I think we blew up an aileron. So you just got to get out and get back in. And that is, I have no idea what causes that. That is super annoying and is obviously going to affect my trip home. So yeah, good times. So we're going here. I don't remember even where I'm at, so I didn't pay any attention at all. Alright, let's... Hopefully that won't affect my ability to actually fly with the extra weight. I don't know. We'll see. It's definitely going to affect my handling. So this ship is not able to be repaired. This is one bad kind of thing about it. I blew up. I think I blew up my end aileron. So ship is going to kind of fly sideways. It's okay. It still flies. So that's the important part. Definitely not getting enough lift. How much does that thing weigh? I think it's like 30 tons. Yeah, almost 30 tons. So technically 20 tons of that is reduced, and then the next 7 tons of that is counted against my ship. So it's actually not that much weight for this little ship, but every little bit counts, and especially when you blow up one of your ailerons because your ship has a malfunction. So kind of a problem. But we'll strip this ship back down so we can repair the yeah, and I know that I can see the one of the ailerons from the outside. I don't know how many elements are broken. Okay.
Over here.
Yep, over there.
Sandwich. Sandwich.
Okay, I can get the sandwich. Get it. Oh my goodness, hold on. I guess the cat ate her little bit of food that she didn't care anything about earlier, and so she's a little upset that her food is gone now. So. All right, we'll get back over here. We'll drop this anti-grav device, and we'll see how much space it takes. And then we're going to design the ship around these elements. I'm also going to write a script, and we're going to do some scripting 101, I guess, will be next after we build the ship. So we'll have shipbuilding 101 followed by scripting 101 while I get the anti-grav device working. Oh, you want some chips? Okay. Gotta open some chips so you can hear while I open chips. Alright. Okay, here's some chips. There we go. Oh, she loves to sing. Alright. Almost back home. And we'll try not to crash again. Of course, now that our aileron isn't stuck, or our adjuster isn't stuck, you know, that'll help. Yeah, I couldn't actually adjust the ship, so. I think this guy is building an island here. I think he's actually doing a lot of that by hand. Obviously, the stuff with plants and rocks is not built, but I think he's built out a bunch of it. Kind of slow down a little bit. I gotta be really careful with the brakes. I'm just like barely tapping them. And just kind of scoot along the ground here from here so we don't oops the ship again. Alright, boop. We'll just set down right here. Yeah, I left my engine running. It shuts off. It's okay. Alright, and we're going to actually move this. Oops. Grab it again. Move it over that way. Good enough, right? Alright, so... Oh my goodness, she's singing with Olaf, who does not sing well. Alright, so let's see how big this thing is. Yeah, it's pretty good sized. So... we're gonna try to get it placed in here flat. So one of the ways that I place an item flat is press Alt and kind of get centered up on that. And then this is for starting elements. And then you can kind of mess with them a little bit. So we're going to put our anti-grav back here. And then we want it at 0 as well. We're going to try to keep everything right now at 0. And this is on X0. And I don't care about the Y. We're just going with zeros left and right. And let's see what way. There's a couple ways I could do that. I think like that is kind of neat. And I've got a phone call. Just a minute. All right, dealing with lawyers is a ton of fun. It's like a bundle of kittens or something, or a bundle of hangers. I don't know. Yeah, it turned into a bat.
It turned into a bat.
Yeah. All right, so we got the anti-grav device on here. So we're gonna try to keep this thing super low profile, and we're gonna do some fun stuff with it. And then we're gonna attach all the additional elements. And so actually, what we're gonna do is we're going to attach the additional elements and then do fun stuff with it. And that may sound a little bit kind of counterintuitive, but it is pretty well the best way to put these things together. So your voxels really don't weigh a whole lot, and so when you're working with your ship design, you kind of know what you've got where, and so once you have everything in place, then you want to put your other stuff on, right? And you can put your voxels on, you can put everything else on. I find it way more beneficial to put on all your additional elements first, and then put on your voxels and kind of skin around what you've got in the end. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and look at kind of where do we get the most bang for our buck with engines and things like that. And so, like I said, I'm going to add probably a secondary XL engine. But for now, we're gonna go ahead and look in our linked container here again. We're gonna pull out this XL. All right, and we're going to put it on right here. And again, we're gonna move it to 0. And we're not outside the build zone, so we're just trying to find our spot where we can actually drop it. And I'm not sure why we can't. Oh, we don't have it selected. That makes a big difference there. So now we move it all the way back, and we can put it actually pretty close in here. So we want to make sure we have enough power to push this thing around, right? We want to be able to push it out into space. Now the anti-grav will pretty well take care of the space issue for getting out in space, but then we can't get any speed either. So we're gonna drop this thing kind of over here a little ways. I don't know exactly where we're gonna put it, because we're gonna throw engines and everything else on here. We're gonna have a little bank of stuff. So I think about like this is probably gonna be good, because we're gonna put 10 engines on this thing. We're gonna put 10 medium or 10 large across here, across the back of it, so we can make sure and get some good thrust on it. And we're gonna add some wings, so it's gonna look pretty snazzy when we get it built. It's gonna be kind of flat, low profile. And I may cut this video apart a little bit and kind of use it, make a more concise version of this. We've had some pauses for kids and stuff like that. But for now, we're just gonna leave it the way it is. So we're gonna do 5567 for that, and then we're gonna make another one of those to put on the other side, which is gonna give us plenty of thrust for space. No big deal. I think with this core size, we can actually place our warp drive in the middle of the ship, and here's our warp drive right here. So grab that, and nope, it's not quite gonna fit there. So we could put it a couple different places. We can put it on the back, which is probably where it's gonna end up going. But I don't know for sure yet on that, so we're actually going to hold off on that because it won't fit between the boxes. We could Actually, I think it'll fit. Not quite. Oh no. So the warp drive has a really weird. Oh. Okay. Oh. Okay, so we're gonna actually move this stuff out, just like one. That's weird. Okay. That's that little glitch with. Stuff not lining up right. So, oops. See, there's where left turned into wrong direction. Alright, so move all that stuff around a little bit. And then we're going to move the core unit. Oh, I've got a set of, I was like, why can't I put it there? We got this stuff in here. So we're actually going to strip that off, and we're going to move, actually we're going to link this. I just now realized it's not all linked yet. So we'll go ahead and get that linked to all 10 boxes. And we're going to move it around a little bit here in a minute too. Alright, so there everything's linked the way we like it. I think, get Elsa. I think we can put the warp drive in now. Yeah, we can put the warp drive in right here. So that is technically zeroed. So like I said, this thing has a really weird center of gravity point, which I don't like. Really don't like. So there's 0. So so we're gonna have to place it here, and then we gotta move it down until it's at 0 here, which it's not gonna. Oh yeah, the container up. Right. All right, so we can move it back. We're gonna move it basically all the way back down to the antigrav back here, and so that is zeroed. It is centered technically because of the XYZ location, but it is definitely not centered. But that's fine. It fits kind of in there. So we're gonna. This is gonna move us a little bit out of line. Now we want to move these back in. So we move them in 4 clicks. Alright, there we go. So that's going to kind of squeeze that in there, and then we're going to grab this gang. We're just going to move it out of the way for now, because we're going to move our core back to there. So we're kind of shoving all of this stuff in a straight line at 0, and then we can put this, put our voxels back on the front of this. And then we can put this on here. There you go. And so now we need the other XL space engine. We need pulsars and we need this apparently still haven't had enough coffee yet. I'm gonna put our regular engines on, and we're gonna need some wings. Sorry for vaping in your ears. So let's find our other engines and drop them on real quick. Wherever they are, they're in here somewhere. There they are. All right. And we'll just drop these kind of in line with this. I'm going to move them forward a little bit. And that's at Z8. So we'll see if we can get this one at Z8 and put it under it. And then we'll smash them together in a second. Alright, so 88. And then 3288. 8. Okay, so we can't do that. So 31.8. And it looks like we can go up one more with it. And that's 31.88, 7.5. So that's going to be about the closest we can get with those. And now we just get to stick all the rest of them in a line there. So 7.5s. All the way across. Try to get these lined up pretty. And hopefully that one ends up at, so it's at 2. And I want it at 0. So I'm going to move everything left 4. Like that. And now that ends up centered. So that's going to keep my balance correct. And then I get to throw the rest of them on. Get them all lined up in a pretty row. And last one for the bottom, and then we'll do the top row. It's nice that most of the time it remembers your rotations for stuff. Doesn't always, but most of the time it'll remember it when you're placing multiples of the same element. Alright, and that one should be, next one should be zeroed. If I did things right, it'll be zeroed. We'll see. some reason it's saying I'm out of engines, which means that I didn't get them all in the box. Oh no, I'm actually out of engines in that box. That's, yep. Let's see, where have I got the remaining engines?
I got a dinosaur.
You do?
I got a dinosaur.
Cool.
I got
You got the dinosaur egg?
dinosaur egg.
Yeah, where's the dinosaur egg?
Where's the dinosaur egg?
I don't know. Alright, so I had more engines in here somewhere. I have a total of 10. And I don't know where they've gone.
A little red hen found
Did I place 10?
corn. I will take it home and make
6, 10. Oh, I did.
Chicken.
Um,
Dinosaur
I got carried away on the right side of this thing. Yeah. Those two don't belong. That explains why I couldn't find my engines. Getting carried away, getting excited, just sticking engines everywhere. Alright. And this will be the last of these.
Get eyes.
Yep. Alright, so there is a wall of engines. And then I still have yet to acquire the extra large space engine to go on the other side. So I'll have to grab that or either buy it or build it. I don't know yet. I'll pick one here in a little bit. Buying is obviously faster and building is obviously cheaper. So kind of torn on that. So that'll do for engine wall, and we're gonna go ahead and start sticking in some tanks here. So let's see. I probably need a couple more Atmo tanks for this. We'll see if we can fit them in here kind of close to center. I probably ought to go with a single large instead. I kind of like the smaller ones. They aren't just hard to fit in places. Then we'll stick the last one up here. Actually, we'll just drop it on the roof for now, somewhere, just for a minute, just to placehold it, because I want to see if my space fuel tank will fit in the hole here. It actually will if I spread these front boxes out a little bit. So let me get rid of the stuff here again. Just smash that on top of there for a minute again. And see how much room we need. Two voxels each direction, I think. Yep. Okay, the fuel tank's in the way. There we go, and now I think that in the large tank will actually fit in there. Yeah. You know, I might actually be able to squeeze these back in. There we go. So that will compact in there quite nicely. Then I gotta figure out where to put another tank. Because I need it to be like right in the middle. And I kind of want them all back here. So maybe drop it like right there, maybe. I think it'll fit between the boxes. Then we can move this or not. There we go. I don't know if I can squeeze this in here or not. It's not looking like it's going to want to. Oh, there it is right there. Alright, so now all of my tanks are kind of centered up there in the back, so I can fill everything from one spot. And this is why I like the smaller tanks too. I can attach them all to just a couple of engines apiece. Because with 10 engines specifically, that is the maximum number of links on a single tank. So if I decide to put some flat hovers or something on there, I have no additional links, and then I have to start adding small tanks. And this way, if I can put like eight flat hovers on each of those too, which I'll run out of fuel instantly. But I at least have options for a little bit of expansion with the mediums, and they're so much smaller. And the large tanks are just kind of ridiculous to place. Let's link up that so it'll stop flashing over there. Alright, so there's that. We are going to go ahead and put hovers on here. We're actually going to use the vertical boosters, and we are limited on these to 8.
Simply with the welcoming inside instead of the cup of tea.
Oh, really?
And it's a snake.
Oh my, it's a snake?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. There's a snake in the cup of tea.
Nah,
Alright.
it's gone.
Oh,
Now
okay.
it's gone.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Alright, so we're limited to 8 here. So with the anti-grav, you shouldn't really need to land it full. In theory, those boxes.
When a person is worrying about silly things that are not real,
Can I move them back?
say cup, bow, snake, reflection.
There we go.
It's
Alright.
China.
So
China. In China.
shouldn't be worried about landing it full. So we don't have to worry too much about a lot of weight, but we do need to worry about a little bit. So we'll put a handful of these on here. And we'll end up moving these down quite a bit too.
Dragon.
Dragon?
Dragon. Dragon with murder.
Okay.
Dragon with murder.
Come on.
Oh,
come on now. Get up. Get up.
Oh, okay.
I have to do something. I have to make something for Mother. Can you help? I want this. And this.
Let's see, where did I put these?
And this.
27.
This.
And then we'll just
And.
do that so they're
This.
kind of equal. 7's at 0.
Now I will make something pretty. Red and yellow and blue. Look at this. Oh, this looks good. Mother will like
Line
it.
these up.
Happy Mother's Day. Look at this. Now come out here. We have something to do here.
Alright. There's that. And then the last one. This one's kind of way up here. I was going to put one back here, but I don't think the bottom of that is in line with the boxes. And they fire weird whenever they're not in line. Which I'm gonna skin a little bit of this, so kind of see where I end up with it. So I guess 0,
This
60,
is something good.
minus 10, so we can actually just
And
place the
we
other
will
one.
make You can help. Go
Line
out
0
and get
here,
that. Go, go,
and
go.
go to minus 60.
Mother will want. Here we go. Up, up, up. Up to see
And
Mother.
it will place
Oh
there.
my, oh my. What is this? It is so pretty. Did you make it?
So that is all of those that we're going to put
And
on
how
here, and we're
good
actually
this
going to drop them
looks.
all down a
I
little
want
bit
to eat it.
to do some skinning. Put some voxels on this thing and make it pretty.
Come here.
All right.
Yes, yes.
Um,
I do
so now
have
we need
something.
adjusters.
See what I have? Red, yellow, and
Let me see what
blue.
an engine will cost us.
Wasn't you?
Okay. Alright, so these have gone down. They were $1.5 million last time I looked, something like that. Somebody wants Frozen 2 on TV again, so I will be right back. She changed her mind on me midstream, and I had to figure out what she wanted to watch instead. All right, so I can't remember if I can pocket one of these or not. You cannot pocket one. All right, definitely can't pocket one. And I don't actually have a ship right now because I ripped it apart to build this one. So we will wait a few minutes to deal with that. I'll pick one up, but it'll be a minute. Go ahead and attach all of these real quick. The flashing drives me insane when they're not attached to a fuel tank. we go. So that's a good amount of force upward. It's definitely plenty to lift off, as long as I haven't filled the thing up. So it shouldn't be an issue, I don't think. I don't know for sure. I know the engine weight is a lot. That's for sure. Those XL Space engines. It's gonna shove my center of gravity way back. Which that's fine as long as it stays centered up, you know, up and down and everything else. Which right now it's high. Why is it high? Oh, I moved this thing here. So I need to move this back to a 0 point. And actually, I'm gonna shove it way forward at this point because I've got so much weight in the back. So if we put it there, that should bring us back down to center. Yep. So we're off to the side because I only have one space engine, and it looks like we're a little low. Oh, it's because the vertical boosters on the bottom are adding weight to the bottom, which is dropping the center of gravity. So I'll need to get it lifted up just a hair. But there's a lot of brakes going on this, so I use the brakes actually a lot of times as a kind of a cheaty way to adjust center of gravity at the end. So I've got currently 16 brakes to shove onto this this ship, and I may make some more. I don't know. I'll have to see. Depends on how I feel about it stopping full. It'll definitely have room for more. I'm not as worried about atmospheric brake or about retro rockets as I am atmospheric brakes. Definitely want plenty of atmo brakes on a ship this size. If I do need to land it full for some reason, I want to be able to coast down and not have to rely on wings too heavily, because I don't think it'll work particularly well without a lot of brakes, because I don't think you can put enough wings on it to fill 10 boxes and get it down out of the sky without just crashing. Alright, so trying to think how to resolve my space engine problem now, because I've got half of the engines I need attached to this ship to build my other ship back out from the blueprint. So, alright, oh that's neat, I can't move that. So I guess I'll not deal with it right now. I'll just ignore the problem. Pretend it doesn't exist. That's how problems go away. Okay. So realistically, a ship this big should handle a little sluggish, so I'm not too worried about having too many adjusters on it. I mean, it's not going to turn fast full, and this many adjusters, 8 adjusters will turn it empty on a dime. Or, well, not on a dime, but reasonably quick for its size. 8 adjusters will do that perfectly fine if they're placed right. Full, it's not going to turn really no matter how many adjusters you put on it. So I'm not too worried about it full either. And at this point, we probably need to go ahead and kind of throw on wings and kind of figure out what kind of profile this is going to have, so we can put the adjusters on the sides of it. And I don't know exactly how many wings I'm gonna put on it yet, because like current weight 878, and that space engine weighs another 126. So before wings, we're looking at a kiloton. So a kiloton is going to require 10 wings just to get it off the ground. 10 medium wings. And then any additional weight that happens to be in the boxes, like warp cells or anything like that, is going to stack on me, and I'll have to count the weight of the wings and the adjusters. So we probably need at least 20 wings, just as a base starting point. That'll give us about 2 kilotons of lift, so it should be able to take off with full fuel and everything else. So max fuel is 100 tons, 109. So, yeah, 20 wings will do it. And let's see, how many wings do I actually have? 17. All right. So I need 3 more wings. I could use some of the variants. Actually, let's do it this way. I can do 14 and 14, which would be 28, which would be more than enough wings to get it off the ground. And then use the last 3 wings as stabilizers, which I do pretty much on every ship. I don't use the actual stabilizers. I use the wings as stabilizers because, in my opinion, they work just as well, if not a little bit better. And that's I guess a matter of debate, but in my opinion, that works fine. And then once it has adjusters and brakes on it, I can actually take it to the market to get the other engine, and I will have to sell my soul for the pulsars right now. So I guess that'll work. So we'll do wing variants in the front and wings in the back, maybe. Or probably do that backward because the wings are shorter and smaller than the wing variants. So do wings and wing variant. And I'm kind of thinking I've got plenty of room up here to put like a cockpit area. I'm gonna build this out a little bit on top, and then this is pretty much going to be the bottom of the ship. There's not going to be much down here. So just be like cargo, cargo area, and then a top area, kind of a 1-room high area on top of this, I think. And then everything else on the bottom, and then the cockpit will sit actually kind of probably centered on the bottom floor, and the top will just be extra space. So I need to stick wings out here on the sides far enough that they'll be not affected by anything else. So do regular wings first. When we get loaded full of stuff, the center of gravity is going to shift way up So we'll go ahead and put these pretty far forward. And actually, I should put the other ones on first to see how far out they need to be to clear the space engine. So 85, 80. I'd actually work with 80. 80 is a little bit close though. So I think 85 or 90. I'm kind of thinking 90, which will give me some room to play with on the inside of the ship on the sides here. And then we'll move these way up to the front. I'll probably line that up with the front of the box. So 90. Let's move it in here. So all of my big weight will be moved up here by the time I load it. So most of my wings up here are carrying that bigger section of weight. And I think I got that crooked. Yep, I did. It's off. Dang it. There are too many not flat spots on these boxes. There we go. Alright, get this. We have 7 on each side, so I'm kind of going up and down. From 0. Kind of just making sure each one is lined up with the original wing. The issue is the sides of the box are a little bit crooked in places. So if you watch, the wing will kind of tip a little bit as you're moving it up. Like that's a really bad tip, but like you might not notice if you put it like that. So get it. All right, there's 5. Alright, and there is 7 lovely wings all shoved in a row. And I am sorry for vaping in your ears. Alright, so now we want to move them. We're going to space them out a little bit because I have actually wing blanks to put on them so that they look nice. So we're going to leave the middle one. We're going to move this one up 2. So 4 and 6. So there's 6. 4, 2. That's just spaces them out 1 voxel apart, basically. And then there's 6, 4, 2, and so they'll sit like that. And then that'll keep my wing blanks from deforming against each other when I stick them on here. And I have had a network error. So I need to reset Twitch really fast. Don't know what's going on. I don't know if it's a network error with the with my download from Twitch, or if it's a network error with my upload to Twitch. So I'm trying to find out. Oh, it looks like the whole thing went down. Nope, there we go. Okay, it's all up. There we go. Alright. So yeah, that'll keep my wing blanks from sticking together and make my wings kind of look pretty on the outside. And I need to build some for the variant wings. But just look here, 9062. So we're gonna go for 9062 on these. So 62. And there's 90. We're getting it put together. Alright. And I thought I had 14 of those. Oh no, I have the extra 3 because of the for stabilizers. Alright, so that's those then. Let's move these. There we go. And so now we have a little bit of lift. Then we add 14 more wings, and we'll have sufficient lift. And I'll just pop this space engine off, put it in cargo for a minute, and we'll go get the other space engine. It'll all be good. Alright. The second set of wings, I kind of want this, like, I want the ship to have kind of a side that's built around the engines, back to probably about here-ish. Come across like right like this, so these engines kind of stick out like right like that. Probably have like a row of voxels across here, right? Like that. That's kind of what I'm thinking. And then it'll angle across this down to here, and then straight down the side, angle back in. Lovely. Alright, give me a second. I'll be back. Oh yeah, I've been sitting here talking to myself for a while now. It's kind of neat. Because I had my mic muted. It is a stamp.
I think Snoopy.
It is Snoopy.
That's Snoopy.
It's a Snoopy stamp. What?
Dad, wait, I want to pick up.
Okay.
Dad, get up. On the wagon. On the wagon. On the wagon. Wagon. Dad, look at
Okay, I'm gonna pick up all these wings and we're just gonna start again because this is kind of a mess. So if you don't start from the same location, when you place elements, they can end up very, very slightly offset from what they actually should be. Which means that when you place them, okay, so see how that went to 0.5? Right there, 0 and then 0.5. These wings are actually tipped up a little bit. And if you go far enough, they'll keep going up, right? There's one. So there's a slight tip to the place that I'm currently trying to attach them to. So we'll try like there. Hopefully this will fix. All of the issues with lined up wings. Ah. Okay, so we got 2, 4, 6, and 2, 4, and so it'll be 6. So this is 90-30, and then we'll do 90-30 on the other side. Alright, get those guys spaced out a little bit. And we'll build a custom wing blank for these as well, kind of like this. I don't know!
Dad, get it.
You get it, just grab it. Grab it fast. You can do it, grab it fast. Get it fast, get it fast. Alright, I gotta go pick something up off the floor because it landed in front of the heater and she's scared of the heater. Alright, the world has been saved. The toy is no longer in front of the heater. World will go on at this point. Okay, so more wings. Alright. So we're going with 30. Almost done with wings. I think these wings are going to kick me off my spot. We'll see. Alright. There we go. And I don't have any more of those. So that means they all got placed. Yeah. Alright. So there is all of the wings placed. So basically what I've done here is I've got an idea of what I want the ship to look like in my head. And so I'm placing the elements around that thought. It isn't the easiest way to build a ship necessarily. It can be actually kind of hard to do that, especially if you don't have a very good kind of picture-driven thought process. For me, pictures really work in my head. For a lot of people, pictures are terrible, and they will do better with words to describe something or something. For most people, the idea of an image in your head is easier to follow than pretty much anything else. So, I've got an idea. I kind of want this squarish area here. I want it to come in, and then I want it to kind of slope up over the boxes, and then go back down over here and come over to the wings. And these wings are lying. They're not currently negatively impacted by anything. See, these wings are in the same spot. They're fine. Those wings over there, just say they're broken, and then like they're all fixed. Look at that. It's amazing. They're all working now. So like I have an idea of what I want the ship to look like, and without that idea in my head, I would basically have nowhere to think about where to put any of this stuff. But with the idea in the head, I kind of know what I want the ship to look like, and so I'm sticking stuff around, kind of placing it in places that make sense based on the image in my head. If that doesn't work particularly well for you, for whatever reason, there is a device called a virtual scaffold that you can stick on your build area. You can put it on any kind of build area, and then you can design your ship around a 3D model that you download, as long as it's an OBJ file, which is a wavefront object. I think wavefront object is right. It's got to be an OBJ file, which is just a 3D model, and it'll kind of create an outline for you of the 3D model, and then you can kind of place your elements around based on that design, and that works really well. If you really need the guide. Now, I like to kind of freeform my ships, because like I don't necessarily want a ship that looks like another ship. Like, I don't want a ship that looks like X ship from Z show or whatever. Now, in the future, I might build some that are from shows or something, just to show off. But for now, I'm less interested in having ships from shows, and more interested in having original designs that look nice. Kind of freeform, have some fun with it, and just make stuff that looks good, but not have to worry about it matching some other design. Um, Matching other designs takes a lot of effort, and because of the way like wings, you can't build your own wings really. You have to use the wing elements in order to get lift, and wing elements don't necessarily fit in designs from shows or from some movie. Um, but in my freeform idea, I know that those elements are these shapes, and so I know kind of what I'm going to need to make those elements fit properly within my design. It's just all kind of in place there for me. So now that I've got this all done, I'm gonna remove this engine, and I'm gonna try to remember where it is. It shouldn't be too hard though, because I think if I move it over even one space, it won't place. So should be pretty easy to remember, because it's obviously going to be at 0, and it'll just be as close to these engines as possible. And I think it sticks out a little bit, not quite past the black, but an extra 3 voxels or 4 voxels or something sticking out there. So that's where that'll end up. All right, so I'm gonna actually leave these cubes on it, front and back and stuff, and we're just gonna drop this off the ship. All right, and so if I put a chair and adjusters on this thing and brakes, it will fly at this point, which is really all I need before going too far. Look, I can go down this. Make it almost to water before I run out of build area. Interesting. Alright, so anyway. Sorry, squirrel. So yeah, that's what I need. So I'm gonna put just for now to make it to market. I think for now the space engine, having a secondary space engine, is less important than having the pulsars for the antigrav, because like the antigrav thing is the thing that I want to play with right now, and I don't care as much about literally anything else. So I'm gonna for now I'm going to grab the pulsars and we'll get them on. So I need to see if I can carry them, first of all, and then second of all, I need to just 325 Sanctuary 1. So I know I can't carry 6 of them, but can I carry 5 of them or something? And sorry for vaping in your ears. All right, so I have enough money to buy my 6 pulsars, and I can build my other space engine, which is fine with me. It'll take a couple hours, but I think they take like 3 hours to build or something. And I'm not in a rush to take this thing into space. I really want to play with the antigrav thing first, and then go into space with it, maybe. But for now, the most important piece to me is getting it built, looking nice, and then play with the antigrav for a little bit and kind of see how that feels. So So let's get pulsars, and because this is going to take most of my remaining cash to do pulsars, and then I mean, technically I could probably almost instantly sell a bunch of stuff to get the XL Space Engine 2, but I don't know that I care just immediately. I mean, kind of maybe, but not really. So, and we are going to go with 2 XL Space Engines because that's what I feel like doing. But yeah, so 6 of those is going to weigh 36 tons. So I do need a ship that can actually carry 6 of them, which is going to be this ship. Now I wish that on the anti-gravity device, so it says anti-gravity pulsars work in tandem with the anti-gravity generator in order to suspend larger vessels in atmosphere, right? And on the anti-gravity generator, it says anti-gravity generators, whatever, and require 6 pulsars. So, like, without reading the description of everything, you don't necessarily know that you need the pulsars and stuff. And then I think the medium one requires more pulsars, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 12, and then I think 24 for the large. Oh, 18. So it goes up by 6s. Yeah, so these, I can get 5 of them at Sanctuary 6, and then I can pick up 1 more, and I think I can carry 5 of them, so we're gonna head to Sanctuary 6 just as soon as I get a chair and brakes on this thing here and get it loaded up with fuel. So we're literally just going to slather brakes over the top of it right now, and we actually don't need the retros right now. We just need the Atmos. And dang it, what happened? Oh, then never mind. That's that thing. Okay, so I got 16 brakes, and so what I'm going to do, just to keep these the weight balanced properly, brakes don't really matter where they go. So 24 37.50, and we're just going to keep that X and that Z, and we're going to go all the way out. So 24 0, 24 0, 24 0, 24 0. I think that's 8. Did I count right? That is 6. I did not count anywhere close to right. Alright, 24 0, 24 minus 1. I'm going to move that one up. There we go. And then this will be negative 24 0. Alright, there we go. So that gives me 16 brakes, which is adequate stopping power for this amount of weight. I think it should be. And we're not leaving the atmosphere right now, so we don't need retros for anything. We don't even have a space engine on at this point, which is fine. So now I just need the adjusters, and so based on where my wings are currently located here, I'm going to want my adjusters almost out to them. We're going to get them flat over here in the box and then move them. And we need them taller than that, right? Higher than that. So we're going to go with 12. And then we're going to move them back until they're kind of centered over where the wings would be. Alright, and then we're going to move them in just a hair. Not much. So it's going to be 73, 63, 12. 73, 63, 12. And then the next adjuster, we're just going to stick on here, and we're actually going to move it across to 73. And we're going to move it down to 12. And there's a reason why I did that. Alright, now we're going to move this one down to 12. So there's 73, 63, 12. And we get 73, 63, 12 over here. So now I don't have to worry about lining that one up because I already got them flat, so I don't have to come off the box again. Alright, so what these will do is these will work as, because they're on the sides, and they're up toward the front, these are going to work as roll and pitch adjusters, and they may end up needing to be moved. Now, one of the things that's going to happen, and we'll see this as we take off here in a minute, your roll adjusters really need to be kind of, you need to try to get them centered up on your center of gravity. And the issue with a ship this size is that it's actually impossible to get them centered on your center of gravity. Because, like, I mean, I could move the container hub piece. I could keep scooting it back and back and back and back until, like, you can actually smash a container hub into the middle of everything here. But the issue is that no matter what, I've got space engines back here, I've got containers around, brakes around, whatever else around, and so by the time I get done, the center of gravity for the whole ship is going to shift with the weight of the container. So even if I put the container hub wherever the center of gravity is, once I get the space engines and everything else out, say it's at the front of the warp drive here, and so I drop that container hub at the front of the warp drive here at 0. As I load the containers, the center of gravity will actually still move away from that point to a certain point, and then it'll start moving toward it again, because of the way the weight is distributed. I'm not going to be able to perfectly get that centered no matter what, and we'll do our best. We'll make it nice before we're done, but we can't actually get it like perfect for every situation. For now, I'm going to strap these on right here, and this is not going to be their final home. They'll actually end up back here somewhere, because the center of gravity is going to always be forward when the ship is loaded. And so the adjusters will inevitably need to be in the back. So they'll go at like somewhere here, like that-ish. I don't know, 70, 50-ish. So 70, 50. That keeps them out of the way of the wings. So the wings will have a slot cut out for that, and then it'll come in and go on across. Now, the space engine is going to take up part of that, so it isn't going to be exactly 70, 50 whenever they're put on, but we can get it. Okay, so, oops, actually want these. Try again because it went up. Alright, now it's going down. Oh boy, okay. Let's try this. Nope. It's so hard to find flat spots for mounting things. Nope. Nope, definitely not. Oh my goodness. Alright, so how did I do this one? Or is it crooked too? Nope, that one is as flat as could be. Alright. So we'll just go ahead and... There we go. Alright, so that's actually going to swing the back end around instead of the front end, which is fine. But it'll definitely be different to be moving the back end of the ship. But weight distribution is going to be up here. Unless we decide to move it. If we can move it and keep it kind of central, then we'll actually end up moving all of our adjusters around to match whatever we find there. But for now, this is good. And then last but not least, we're going to go ahead and just drop a command chair on it for now, which is this bad boy here. And we're actually just going to, like, for now, alright, and this is totally temporary, we're going to just ride the top of the box. And we're going to put it, actually we'll put it out in front a little bit. I'll put it down to 0 so it keeps the ship balanced. Like that. And looks like that is actually not the center of this chair anyway. Center of gravity is off for the chair. Oh, I'm getting yawny again. Alright, so that'll be the basic shape of the ship. Obviously we're going to have a little bit to do with adjusters and stuff like that, but this is the general idea. And we'll see how it turns out as we build. But for now, we're going to go and pick up those pulsars. And I think we're good on brakes. I do have a programming board. I have not looked at anything to do with any of the development in Lua for putting together the antigrav. But we're just going to fly this thing as is for now. I think we have enough torque right now. According to the build helper, we have enough torque. So we're going to pretend it's enough torque to turn the ship and stuff. And we'll just go ahead and I'm going to remove these spare voxels here. I'm going to go ahead and I normally wouldn't remove them, but I feel like with a ship this size, I'm going to run those little voxels that I can't see into something. So alright, there we go. Alright, so let's fill up the tanks and take it for a test spin. And then we'll pretty it up. Fill up all the fuel tanks. Yeah, it's funny, the link container bug never affects you or at least it hasn't ever affected me for fueling. I've had it break literally everything else. Fuel always just works from the link container no matter what. And I don't know why. Link container is so buggy for everything else. And then, you go to fuel your ship up and it's like, it's fine. We'll take this thing out this way. We're going to run over and get our pulsars. And then we will come back and put them on. And hopefully the market isn't too much of a slideshow right now. I am going to take a liberal amount of scrap with me. Just because I don't want to get caught without scrap and have a giant mess of a ship somewhere. And I think 200 is enough. Probably not actually enough, but it's enough to fix things a couple times if things go terribly, terribly wrongly. And just for the purposes of completeness, oops. Let me link my linked container to my warp drive. Otherwise, I'm just going to get a constant, not enough warp cells, or no container linked or something. Script error. I forgot to reset the seat. Okay. Alright, so we'll see if the thing flies now. We need to go to... we'll go to District 6. So... set that market as our destination. And then we'll go pick those up from there. Alright. So, looks like it'll at least get off the ground. Right now it looks kind of funny because I haven't put any voxels or anything on it. But, see if we can get it out and around the other little ship that's kind of floating in midair there. Oh, I forgot to put a stabilizer on it too, so I can't stop my turn. And I don't know where the stabilizers are actually going to go yet, so I'm just going to leave them off. It'll be fine. Alright, so that'll be the basic shape. And we'll get it looking pretty here in a little bit. I'm missing a stabilizer right now. Close enough. Stabilizers help so much with those turns. I've got them, I just don't have them on yet. This thing empty actually should pretty well go straight up without too much issues. Oh yeah. Good enough. 20% throttle, it'll climb like, was that about 700 meters before dropping to stall. So, yeah, we're getting close to being done with the framework at least. We'll have some fun with the voxels afterward. Get it flying good, and then we'll have to program the anti-gravity stuffs. And I think I'm actually going to roll my own anti-grav functionality rather than doing a downloading something. Just I want to know how it works and not just grab something that someone else has done. Because if I ever want to modify it, that'll make it easier. And it looks like, I can't tell for certain, but it looks like I don't have market pads, which means that probably by the time I get over there, I also won't have a market and I'll need to relog. Because I don't see a landing pad over there. That's a pretty common thing for me. So we'll see how it looks when I get there. But usually, if I don't see a landing pad over there at that market, I won't have Market 6 at all. The whole market is just gone. And the markets are always a slideshow. Cut my throttle a little bit. I'm going a little too fast. I mean, I'm not going too fast yet, but like I will be going too fast very shortly if I keep going accelerating like that. Alright. So far, I do not see a market. I mean, it might be there. It might just not have loaded yet. But I don't think it's there. No, it's definitely not there. So I'll have to relog. So we'll just have to kind of roll over here to the side. And we're going to hope we don't land on anybody else's ship, because we don't have any way of knowing. I also can't tell how far above the ground I am. So we're just going to kind of wing it. Go ahead and hop out, and then we'll relog and see if we landed inside anybody else's ship or anything like that. Because, you know, it's a thing. We will see in a minute, though. If I did, somebody's ship is going flying, either mine or somebody else's. I don't know which. But something always goes flying whenever you land inside something else. And hopefully this doesn't crash on me. Markets are so bad for me. And it takes like 10 times as long to load the game whenever I'm on a market. The best market experiences I ever have is when the market pad actually loads and everything, but like no ships load. That's always super handy. Like no lag at the marketplace. I can't see anybody's ships. I can just run through everything. I can land anywhere I want to. Because absolutely nothing loads except for just like the market itself and the landing pad. Love that glitch. But when the whole market is gone, it's it's really hard to go shopping. Well, so far, I don't think I landed on anybody. Alright, cool. Now I just get to run to Sanctuary. And spend the last of my remaining rubles. Oh. There's the lag. Oh, we got grass, that's why. You know, if I could turn off the grass, maybe that would fix my market lag. Just turn off the grass. I don't think it would actually, but... Ugh. Turn. Alright. Now I stand here and wait for a button to generate. If the button doesn't come up in a second, I can... Oh, there it is. Oh, no, it's just the screen. Come on, button. There's the button. And now I get to go through another loading screen. The Sanctuary market isn't nearly as crowded usually, so it loads a little faster. Of course, it's going to count backward for me. I love the loading. And like one time I had it start at like 70 something percent, and it just like goes all the way back to like 20%, and then starts loading from there. Like, oh, come on. By the time you actually see the cinematic skip button, the cinematic is nearly over. It's really handy. Yeah, this market isn't nearly as bad. Mostly like tiny little crappy ships and stuff instead of the giant ones. Alright, and... five of those. Which I should be able to carry. Yes, just barely. Now I just need one more. I didn't strafe quite enough. Didn't look like I strafed at all. And there's the button. And I should be linked to my container as soon as I get loaded back in. We're counting backward again. And as soon as we get loaded here, we'll drop those off and we'll figure out where our next cheapest pull sort is. And I also haven't looked at anything to see if the pulsars need to be like, you know, can they be on the top of the ship? I think they can. I think they can kind of be wherever. I don't think they matter where they are. But I don't know. You know, I mean, you might be able to stack them up like a little column or something. Like I don't really know how they work yet. So this is all an experiment for me. And once again, like I've got my mouse here, I don't have a skip cinematic button. Right? And there's the skip cinematic button. And so I can click it now, or I can just wait the 2 seconds and let it in. Oh yeah, linked container. No. Okay, I've got to run to my ship. I'm so used to looking for my normal ship that I don't even remember where I parked. Where did I park? Okay, I definitely parked on this side, right? Like, somewhere. Maybe? Okay. Help! Okay, no, I definitely did not park on this side. Ship is northeast. It's like that way. Oh, I guess I did park on this side, just not. Not over here on this side, but way over there on this side. Oh yeah, because I parked when the market wasn't even here. I had to reload, I forgot about that. That's why I didn't know where I parked. The ship is somewhere over here. Because I wasn't sure where the market was. Alright, where's that? A little bit to the left. Way off. Yeah, yeah, I see the big blue house thing that I parked by. There it is. So that's where I parked my car. There it is right there. And why I'm not linked to the container anymore, I don't know. Because link containers. Link containers are broken pretty much all the time now. Just a fact of life. Now, where can we get one more pulsar? Sanctuary 1, 325. Or I can just get one here for $3.99. So the question is, no loading screen, is it worth 75,000? And I think right now, just because I'm trying to save a little bit, the answer is Sanctuary 1 is where I'm going to be going. Now, I am linked to my container again. We'll see if I'm linked to my container still when I come back from Sanctuary 1. I still haven't figured out what these are supposed to be. Like, it's a seat and a core, and it looks kind of like a helicopter, but like, and they're everywhere. It's like somebody's just intentionally cluttering the market with this junk. Like, I mean, I get it if it had the rest of it. Like, I don't know. It just bugs me when people park things that won't even fly at the market because of how bad the markets are for me. Like right now, where I'm frozen. There we go. Okay, and we're gone to 1. Or we're not going anywhere because we don't have, you know, teleporters. There we go. Nice short, long loading screen. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm watching my stream right now, and I'm pretty sure I ran by a friend of mine's ship back there by mine when I was looking for my ship. I'm pretty sure I like opened my when I opened my map. I think I opened my map right beside a friend of mine's ship. So when I go back, I'll have to look and see if that was his ship, if it's still there. We'll see if it's still there or not. Almost unloading. Here in a little bit, I'm gonna have to take a short break and get some lunch together because baby girls like to eat, and I like to make sure baby girls are happy and healthy because you know I kind of like her, so it's best if she's in good health and stuff for my sake and hers. So it's just a thing. All right, now we get to go to Sanctuary. And remote buying isn't working anywhere, so this is kind of a... I would go ahead and buy it while I'm like running over there, but... Or while I'm standing waiting for, you know, the shuttle button to work. I think the button's already there on this one, though. Yeah, the button's there. Look at that. I love the backwards loading. When we started at like 60 and went down to 10. I don't know why my volume thing keeps popping up. It thinks I'm adjusting volume, I guess. I don't know. It's really weird. like our last full sore. And there we go. And now I have a 500,000 Quantas left. I am officially broke. Sorry, I've got stuff to sell. I just need to get it to market one of these days. Where I'm going. My computer's like, no, the cinematic's too loud. Look, volume. Alright, so I'm going to get back over there. We're going to put the pulsars on, and we're going to start looking at how to build out the ship kind of the way that I want it. I have some ideas in my head with the kind of more of the aesthetics that I want, but I'm not real sure yet. So we'll. I've got some force fields that I want to play with that I think will be interesting. It's not 100% sure yet, but we got to get the pulsars back from the market, and then we'll finish this thing up. And I need to not forget to put my stabilizers on. Kind of important. Moderately important, you know. Skip the whole 2 seconds of cinematic. Go through the District 1 slideshow. To the District 6 slideshow. My computer's like, no, no, please no. Alright, we'll be there in a minute. We'll get back. Welcome to District 6. Why, thank you. Oh, look, I got the no ships glitch. Best glitch in the world right there. 0 lag. The only issue is my ship is also not here. So, like, it would be perfect, except that my ship isn't here. I mean, this is like the perfect marketplace scenario, right there. Like, you'll never see this again. This is District 6 with a landing pad, no UEF store, just the marketplace and a landing pad. And actually, since there's no ships, I bet nothing in the marketplace actually loaded either, so the marketplace probably isn't functional. I'm gonna go see. And then I'm gonna magic myself to the location where my ship is supposed to be. Oh, look, there are elements here. There's VR stations and stuff. All right, so we're going to find my ship via map. All right, so it says my ship is straight ahead of me. And then I gotta relog. And actually, I'm just gonna AFK for a minute. Because I'm actually gonna probably exit the whole game, let it clear like a good amount of memory. And I'll be back in a minute. I'm sitting here talking to myself. It's really cool. Got myself muted. I guess maybe VR is working again. I don't know. It'd be nice if it was working again. It's been down for, I think, 4 days. Alright, so right now the ship looks like a flying box array. It's definitely not pretty. But we're going to get there. And I've only been working on it for like 3.5 hours now to get this far. Just trying to get element placements right, you know, trying to get things the way that I want them. Along with like, you know, 2 or 3 shopping trips and, you know, that sort of thing. So that's okay. We'll have to go check out and see if my VR stations are working now. Would be a very handy thing to see. So as far as like, you know, the medium tanks as opposed to a large tank for ammo fuel. First of all, it's an anti-grav ship. I can carry some fuel with me. It's got 10 containers. I've got space for carrying a little bit of fuel, right? Like, well, actually, a lot of fuel. And then, second of all, I just went a little over 120 kilometers, right? And I used 20% of my fuel tank. So realistically, I'm not going to use all of my fuel. Okay, let's see if I can jump this thing. So this turning right here, like, it's really slow to start turning, and then once you get started turning, it's very, very slow to stop turning, and I don't like that feeling of not getting turned. Like, when I'm turning, I want to actually turn, especially when I'm sitting still or in space. So we'll have to deal with that in a minute. Alright. So now let's just, pick this thing up, and we'll put it like that for a minute. And now, so we're going to move all of these down a hair. I don't know how much yet, quite yet. Not very much. Let's look at these pulsars. So, just drop them right here. Okay. And they are roughly equivalent size to the verticals, right? So I think 6 of them would actually probably look best out beside and kind of along the side. So I think that's what I'm going to do. So if I remember right, that's at 60, or no, it's 25. So we can do like 45. Right. Like that, and then maybe like that. So this is kind of helping define the shape of the ship a little bit too. And this is going to determine like what kind of shape it'll need. Oop. So this goes to 25. And last but not least, alright, so that's going to give me a really slim profile, lots of carrying capacity, and then basically what I want is I want to, I kind of want these like visible, basically. And then based on where those are, so they're minus 13 and these are minus 10. So does that line up the bottoms of them? If I put them at minus 13 too? I think it's close enough. It's like now, those all look good. Yeah, it pretty well lines up the bottom of it. It's not quite perfect. It's really close. It's close enough for what I'm wanting to do, I think. And we can always adjust them, you know, hair up, hair down in a little bit. And so now it is time to actually build a little bit of ship, like start making it look like something other than a array of containers, basically. So I am going to put the additional turn adjusters on. I'm going to put fronts and backs, which will solve part of my turning, the sluggish turning. It'll help with that. The issue is that if I put them both on the back, I don't know that it will. Or if I put a pair on the front, I don't know that the front ones will work that well whenever the ship is loaded. And so I might put them both sets on the back, just to keep it working, basically. So let's see if I go up here. So the quick and dirty way to set up another set of adjusters is do that. Place it like squarely on the back. And if it's large, two control clicks to the side, and then just place this one on the back of that one. And then go over here, press 9. Now you can page up that one. I think that's even. One more. There we go. And that should line them up absolutely perfectly, which it has. So that'll give, I think, plenty of turn. It'll fix the sluggish turning that we've got. Now, do I need to link? Do these actually get linked? It looks like it. Okay. I don't actually know how these things work, so we'll pretend we know what we're doing here. Rolling, I was doing fine. Like, I had no issues with rolling. Turning was just sluggish. I think doubling up on turn adjusters will fix that. And then that should be good. So it is about time to start adding some actual body to this. So we're just going to move the chair kind of somewhere off out of the way. There we go. Chair looks kind of tiny on that adjuster. It's funny. Alright, and what do we got for some different materials to use? So we got polished dark gray aluminum. We got a lot of that. I can make kind of anything. But let's see. Oh, I missed. Dang it. Let's see what else we got. I'm pretty sure I've got some other materials in here. Oh, missed. Yeah. All right. I don't know what all I've got over here, so I'm just gonna. Definitely not making out of concrete. So galvanized dark gray iron we got a lot of. That's kind of heavy though. Galvanized white iron we've got a lot. I don't remember. I couldn't find a way. I could have swore there was a way to use the search for just honeycomb materials, but I couldn't find it. Now this galvanized black aluminum, that might be all right. I don't know why I have so much of some of these things and so little of others. And I can change the color of it anytime. It's like I feel like I should have more luminescent white glass, and I just don't know where it is right now. I don't know where I've put things. Alright. Well, that's alright. We'll build it out of what we got. We can do some touches with the other stuff. So polished dark gray aluminum it is for now. We'll go between polished dark gray and the galvanized black. Go ahead and build this out to put off the adjusters. Build it out to the wings, which is 166.39. Go up here. Yeah, that wasn't what I wanted to do. I might have actually dozed off there for a second. Alright. So, let's try that again. With a little more feeling. So that's 39, and lines up perfectly with the wings over there. And perfectly with the wings over here. We just need to bring it back more to make it to the wings. And we can actually accommodate that by coming all the way over to here. We're going to go like 3 blocks behind the wings and across. Then we're going to delete 4 blocks off of the side over here. We will delete 4 blocks off the side over here. It's about time to put the baby girl down for a nap so I can take a nap. I mean, she needs one too, but I need one. Alright, now we need to bring this up to where it's at the front of the wings. And then we're going to go like 4 voxels on out, so there's 4 voxels on out. And then quick and dirty way to get it the same size is just to bring it across to here. And now I need more polished dark gray aluminum. So the factory is so loud. Alright, let's see. Alright, and apparently we don't have enough aluminum in whatever container this is pulling from, which is the 2 container M's. So make 2 of those. I know I actually have aluminum in one of these containers, so it's got to be that one. And go with the galvanized black aluminum. Alright, and then we're going to grab this thing right here. So need to grab the front of it, that to there. And we're going to put this on each of the front wings, and so what this is going to require is for us to move the wings forward or backward by 1 block, or half block. And I'm kind of thinking the black would work better for this. Let's take a look at black. Black pattern aluminum. Do we not have? There it is. Alright, so put it forward. And then now that that's in place, we're just gonna drop these on a couple times. Make it, I have a problem seeing that. Light blue outline there, with me falling asleep, is painful. Tried to click too fast. Alright. And sadly, I have grabbed the wrong piece of that. And when I copied it, apparently. And so it's a little bit screwy. Unless it works better over here. Apparently you can't copy and paste as fast as I can click. And we'll line up the wings. Alright, and I don't have standoffs for these wings yet, so for now we will actually these aren't, like, I've missed something when I did this, because these aren't like lining up correctly, and they were. I wonder if I have them backward. I can actually test that, because that might be the issue. But they still look short. So we can test and see though. Nope, that is definitely not the issue. Try that again. Yeah. Alright, well, that'll work for now. They kind of look okay. And then for now we're just gonna smack a couple of these on here. These are not gonna line up correctly. Actually, it looks like I might be able to make them look halfway decent by doing this, and then kind of pasting that on there. It still didn't. I'll fix that in a second. Alright. So this is actually just a full voxel here, so I can manipulate that a little bit to oops. I thought that looked a little off. It's funny, a lot of times whenever I'm building stuff, I think my mom would have really enjoyed this aspect specifically of this game. She was highly artistic, and she absolutely loved playing Minecraft just for like being able to build basically anything she wanted to build and making it kind of look pretty, you know. And I think she would have really liked. I think she would have really liked playing a game like this. With all the building tools and stuff you can do. You know? Like, I don't know. I mean, she might have hated it just because it's in space and you know, I don't know. Like, never can tell with people all the time. I know that she really enjoyed the design stuff though, so she probably would have been constantly pestering me about, you know, how do I get this X thing to work correctly, or you know, why won't my spaceship fly, or where in the world do I get engines or something? But I think she would have enjoyed the challenge of the artwork, basically, in doing the designing of ships and stuff. There we go. This come out flat over here. Did it have a little crook in it too? It flattened, okay. Let's fix that back. Just for now. And I apologize for vaping in your ears. Alright, so, this didn't work. This didn't work the way I expected it to. Actually didn't work at all. It used to, and I know they were changing some stuff with that. But you could fill a row of blocks that way, and it would take the priority. The new blocks would take priority and move your voxels corners around a little bit. Apparently that is not always the case now. So, egg. These straightened out in a minute. Alright, so I'm gonna have to shut this thing down. I'm actually kind of drifting. I'm gonna have to get the baby girl to sleep and get myself to sleep for a little bit, and hopefully come back a little more alert and finish this thing. So I am absolutely just passing out, and I'm sure she's tired too. She apparently got up in the middle of the night because she was wearing different clothes this morning when she got out of bed. That's usually a sign of somebody getting up and playing around. Apparently whatever she was wearing didn't make her happy anymore. It's kind of a thing. So, We'll get these wing bits sorted out too. So none of the angles match for the wing variants. We'll have to build something a little more customized specifically to them, and I'll have to get a better copy of the pieces for this. I've got it in a blueprint, but I have to pull out the blueprint to do it. So I'm gonna shut the stream down before I fall asleep and start snoring, and get the little baby girl to bed, and take a little nap, and hopefully come back a little stronger later on. So hopefully you guys have enjoyed this so far. It's going to be a couple more hours of now doing voxel work and stuff to get it finished. We're going to have a lot of voxel placement to do. A lot. But hopefully we'll end up with something that looks as slick as what I built there. This is something I'm actually pretty proud of. We'll talk about that real quick for just a minute. So this ship here, it is designed as a planetary-only flyer. So it's no space engine. And it has just one Atmo engine, 2 hovers, tied up in a box. So this is kind of it. The main thing is that I'm like super kind of proud of is those wings. Those wings look really, really good in my opinion. The back could have used a little additional work as far as like getting the back of it to match that engine. It turned out okay. In my opinion, it's a little sloppy looking. I would have liked to have seen it turn out a little bit better. But, I couldn't really ask for a whole lot more out of it either at the time, especially. It was just, I already had way too much time in it anyway, getting wings to look good, and they're not flawless. They're pretty decent. So, there's a little bit of a flaw right there and right there. That's the main thing, and it's copied on both sides. But when you're building a ship, the essential bits. First of all, remember to have brakes and always have too many, which is why I have one large Atmo brake here. Second of all, whenever you're building a ship, your low atmospheric thrust comes from your hover engines or vertical boosters, whatever you got. Torque comes from your adjusters, and thrust comes from your engines. And so this thing, and then lift, of course, your high altitude lift comes from wings, ailerons, or stabilizers, depending on how you put them out there. So inside this wing, there are three, I think, small compact ailerons on each side. And actually, right now, one of them is busted because I might have had a little bit of a glitch in the game earlier, and it decided to lock up one of my adjusters and spin me around and around. And so when it did that, I very quickly tried to land, and I landed really hard because I was like spinning out of control, and so I slammed a aileron down, and so one of the ailerons inside the wing is actually busted. So it's gonna be rip stuff off, repair it, and then put it back. Inside here there is the fuel tank, a small container, and the core is all kind of packed away in there. But one of the main things here, this thing spins and turns like you would not believe, and the reason why it does that is because these roll adjusters are actually perfectly centered on the center of gravity for the ship when the fuel tank is full, and then the pitch and stuff it's a small ship, so they don't have to be too terribly far. It's super light. It's made out of plastic. But then this is far enough forward that it gives good adjustment, and then the turn adjusters are fairly well centered. They're a tiny bit high because I had to clear the wings, but they're fairly well centered along that center of gravity line as well. And so the thing just handles really, really well, in my opinion. I couldn't be happier with the way that this thing flies and looks, and the way it turned out. So, I'm pretty proud of it. And hopefully we're going to end up with something over here that is at least as makes me at least as proud. I'm hoping to come out a little bit better than this. Just some things that kind of bugged me about this particular design. So there's a broken bit right there. If I catch it just right, there we go. Yeah. Now that it's repaired. Oh, did I actually get it? Oh, those things have no hit points. I forgot. It's like one piece of scrap. Repaired the whole thing. And there we go. It's all good now. No broken elements. So yeah. Anyway, I couldn't be prouder of the way this one turned out. Hoping to get at least this good with something else. We'll have to wait and see what the next one looks like. But there is another thing here, kind of. This is where the chest sticks through just a hair. It's open. And there's like a little flaw, which that's on the bottom of the ship, so it really doesn't matter. The thing will, with that large Atmo, it stops instantly in midair. Like, just absolutely slams to a stop. So I really like that about it too. But yeah, we're hoping to come up with something just as pretty over here to kind of match the look of that by the time we get all completed. Which it takes a long time to build a big ship that looks good. Alright, so we got our polished dark gray and our galvanized black. So just real quick, I'm going to build out some walls. I want to sleep, but I also want to finish. It's one of those things. So, now this is that thing with the wing variant versus the wing, and I did not realize that this was going to be an issue. So. So I think what I'll actually do here is I'll build a wall. So this isn't a tragedy or a loss or anything, right? So all I have to do is build this wall and make it 2 voxels thick, or like that. And I need to put one more strip along there. Alright, and that kind of pulls everything out here. And one moment. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Had a child that needed some assistance there. All right, so yeah, we got that. We built out this wall here, and we're gonna have to do the same thing over here. So got the dark gray aluminum back, or was it black? Is this black or dark gray? That's funny. The dark gray polish looks darker than the black. It's an interesting feature. Alright, so let's do this again. So we're just gonna start back here. Gonna come out and go one further up. Then we're gonna make it 2 blocks thick. And you'll see why we're doing it 2 blocks thick here in a minute. Let's go ahead and put 1 more block on the back of it. Okay. And that gets us 1 block away. And now we're just going to use the line tool. Okay. So we need to then do a 2 block wall here as well before we can do that. So let's go 1 behind, 1 in front, and not with luminescent glass. We use the polished dark gray. Drop that in like that. Then we're just going to use the line tool. And this should... I made that 1 block tall anyway. So... actually didn't want it quite that tall. That's okay. And then this right here. And I was really hoping for no weirdness. And I got really close to no weirdness. And so the way that you deal with the weirdness is you copy what looks good. So we're just going to copy like this second block down. Is this sloping? Oh, it slips down. Why does it slip down? It doesn't actually slope down, it just decided to do that. Okay, which is fine. That's what I thought it had done. Okay, so we're going to go down here to this end. We're just going to pick that, right? And then we're going to copy it. Now what ends up happening is the middle of this whole thing will look perfectly fine. As you can see, it's straight according to the clipboard and everything. Looks great. And then the other part of it does not look great. And so we're just going to take it and drop it in right over the top of that, and we're just going to use priority. So shift paste, and voila, you end up with a straight, very straight edge. And then all we got to do to fix the other side is we're just going to rotate it on the right surface. So not that, so this surface. Yep, there we go. Alright, and see the bottom of it's all weird looking too. And so we're just gonna drag it over here. I think that's in the right spot. Go over here so I can actually see whether or not it is. And yep, looks like it. So we're going to shift paste it there, which will straighten up that edge. And then we just have to fill this other little strip in here. And that's how you get some nice straight edges off of the line tool. Is you make a line that's too big, and then you copy bits out of it to straighten up what gets like messed up. And then this should fill the gap in there just fine. And so now we have this section completed, and we can do the exact same thing over here. So we don't have to worry about with doing it this way. We don't have to worry about it being. We don't have to worry about the copy and paste and mirror and all that. We're gonna go up to there again. We're gonna use our line tool. Drag it down to the bottom. Go over here. Drag it down to the bottom again. It's gonna. Nope, I went a block too far. Which actually, that's fine too. If you go a block too far, it's just about as good as doing it completely wrong, right? Because as it turns out, typically, when you use the Alt key with your select tool here, with your place voxel tools, and I've got my language is turning Greek on me. So when you use this this tool, usually it will delete it straight, and you can see it did not delete it straight. But now we can just copy and paste that same section out of the middle like we did before. So just grabbing this block, which is the bottom block, yeah, bottom of that section. And we'll go over here and we'll grab the top of that section, same section on the inside. And make sure we get it on the outside as well. So we need to go in here, over here, and grab it here. Actually, we grabbed the wrong part of the slope there. All right, then you just copy it. We're gonna paste it in the top. Which is there. Fix that. Go down here. We need to rotate it on the end again. The different rotations do different things on different places. So rotate it on the end for getting it to line up with that. Then get it lined up there. And shift paste again. Square off that side. Alright, and there we go. So now we got a very gradual slope to this that actually looks decent. And that's a, you just using the line tool, straightforward, no mess way of dealing with like a very slight slope and getting it to turn out good with the line tool. I know a lot of people complain about the line tool, but it actually is handy. It does work. And then you come out there again. Did I come out all the way here, or did I stop? Yeah, I came out all the way. Alright, so there's that. And so, like, the slope is rather apparent from certain angles, and from other angles it's not. And I actually like slopes like that, where like it's not this super obvious thing, but then when you're looking at it, like when you're coming down on this, you're going to kind of be able to tell that there's this angle there. And now, to be fair, this ship looks really wide. but once it's got the space engines on the back of it, it's going to be super obvious why it's that wide. But for now, we're actually not going to do the space engines. So we'll redesign the back of it, because redesigning it isn't really an issue whenever you get to the point of doing space engines. So what we're going to do is we're going to cut off this section here. Just going to cut off the back 2 blocks. Actually, back 1 block. Why is that different? So that actually will be an issue. I'm gonna have to check on this. So this ends kind of at-ish the wing. It's not a full block ahead, is it? Kind of not. I don't know. And this ends at-ish the wing too. But it's... Oh no, it is 2 blocks wide. Okay, never mind. I'm losing my mind. I'm getting way too tired for this. Alright, so, and then I wanted to square off this section here. Right, and so the easiest way to do that, I'm going to start in the middle. I'm going to come out to the edge of the engine. Right there. I'm just going to go down. And that is going to give me one nice solid block across there. And then I can actually go from here. Oops. Missed. I can go from here. And I'll go up until I get back to here. And then I can stretch it this way. Come out until it's just past the engines. Alright, and that gives me a kind of a wall in there, so you can't really see through the engines, but like all the engines are hanging out nice and pretty. And then all I gotta do is just delete this top section of wall. The top 2 blocks. And now it's nice and even. Alright, and then on this edge here, I'm just gonna run a second block out there. Alright. And now I'm just going to use that line tool again, same thing. I'm going to line from here over to here. And this is turning yellow. And what that means is that it doesn't think that it can do a proper angle here. Okay? And so the question is, what angle will it do? So it definitely couldn't do that. I could probably actually wrangle this into submission. And actually, we'll see if we can before we do anything else. So we'll grab it here, and we're gonna grab it here. And then we're going to move inside, and we're going to grab it here. If we can get this next piece of block out from there without getting the next block, right? This is kind of the idea, which sometimes absolutely does not want to cooperate with you. So, unfortunately, you can't like arrow key this. So secondary alternative, right? I can get that one, and I can get this one right here. They're gonna let me, yeah, get that one. All right, and then I can just press Control and scroll up, and now I've got exactly what I wanted. So I just selected everything 1 pixel or one voxel, not pixel, 1 voxel smaller than I actually wanted, because it wouldn't let me get a handle on that piece there. And then I just did that, and then we're going to copy this piece because it looks pretty, and we're going to see if we can get it to line up again anywhere across here, which I don't think we're gonna succeed at. I think we might get close a couple of places. I don't think we're actually gonna really succeed at. Actually, that's pretty close. I mean, we're over on every edge. So, and it's sticking out over here. It's sticking out over here. It's sticking out over here, and it's sticking out in here, I think. Yeah. Sticking out just a little bit in there. Okay, so, oh, I see part of the problem too, is we went up quite a ways with this. That actually leads to a lot more complications with the angles being different. So what we'll probably do is we're going to backspace this. We're going to just start again with a line tool, and we're going to start it 2 blocks above that line. So the actual angle is here. And unfortunately you can't do halves on here very good. So that's a straighter angle, kind of straight on to the ship itself, but it's still not great up here. And so what I'm going to do, all you have to do to try to get this wrangled into position, first of all, let's get rid of that, and then we're just going to delete this section here, and we're going to build it out 3 blocks or 4 blocks. Let's go 5 blocks out this direction and then down. Okay, and all this does is gives us a little extra pad to play with the line tool on. Alright, and so now we're going to grab this line again. Now we're going to remember that that is angled over there, but at some point back here, this thing will decide that it likes the angle. So it likes it up here. Okay, it likes it further forward. It does not like it on that. Does it like it if I connect it here? Actually, it says it likes it there. So let's see what it thinks. And it actually did a good line there. So then in that case, we can delete this now, and we've got a good solid line there. Of course, this corner here is a little messed up, and we'll look at that and probably in a later episode, because to be honest, that's a really hard thing to fix in a lot of cases. So that works though. So we should be able to use the line tool again over here, and we're just going to go down like this, and remember this was on the interior wall of this and it liked it, so we just do that again. Boom, and that's done, and we got the same little glitch in the exact same spot on the opposite side, and we have nice smooth walls other than that. But now what this does mean for us is, because this is taller both directions, it goes down more and it goes up more. When we come across, so we're gonna build on a roof now, right? So to start a roof, I like to we're gonna come up three voxels further forward than the wall here. So we're gonna get a Get it right there. Then go 1, 2, 3. This can get us in line. And doesn't like the amount that I'm trying to put on there, so do that. We are using galvanized black for some reason at this point. Don't ask me when I switched or why. I didn't mean to. So we're just going to come all the way across the top of this. Just like this. Just doing however much it'll let us do at a time. And the warp drive is sticking out. We'll take care of that in a minute. It'll actually almost take care of itself with the way we're going to end up doing this. And then we want to come out to right there. And then up here, we're going to do 2 more blocks. Just going to bring this wall out to right here, the same as that. So we're going to grab here, we're going to go all the way back to the back, and we want to make sure we go all the way, and then just come out the extra block. And, okay, so it glitched this piece of the wall here. Now, I don't think, okay, it did do that on the other side as well. So all we got to do to fix it again is just grab our selection tool, and we're just going to grab in front and behind where that is, and then we're going to get about three blocks tall, just to make sure we have enough to cover it. And we're just going to go right like this, and make sure that it's lined up with what we want. Shift and click, and now that is fixed. And then we can actually just rotate this piece because it's going to be the same exact piece on the opposite side, and fix that one. And I think there's a little bit of a tiny bit of a flex in that wall there, but that's okay. Okay, here's your drink. No, you're losing your pants.
Yeah.
Okay, get your drink, and then I want you to lay down after you get your drink. Okay.
Okay.
All right, thank you. All right, so now that we've got that all fixed up, we're gonna go back to our change voxel color thing here, because I didn't mean to be doing all this in the other color, and it's not going to let me do it all at once, so we can just see how much it'll let us do. It's about that much. And we'll just do this in sections all the way across. Tablet need charging? No, Dada's going to charge it over here. Bring it here. Okay, Dada will charge it over there, but Harmony's going to bring it here. Alright, so take a couple more steps here to get our color changed. Done? Alright, go lay down. Go lay down and okay, you can get a chip and then go lay down. She's gonna eat a chip. Alright. I think that's as far. Okay. Not enough material. Polished dark gray aluminum. I don't have enough. So let's go ahead and drop out of build mode for a minute, which is going to cause my computer to choke because build mode really takes it out of the computer. Let's just see where we're putting our stuff. Alright, we're gonna have to make some more polished dark gray aluminum. Pretty sure it's going into this box. I thought I had another 160-ish, but I guess not. And so we're not done by any means. We're not completed here. This isn't going to be the finished shape. We're fleshing out the bottom floor first. And see in a minute like how it kind of comes together. It's loud there. Okay. Yeah, you're gonna see how it kind of comes together as we build out. You know, we're gonna finish the bottom floor, and then we're gonna work on the top floor. And I can't actually take a nap until she goes and lays down. So. Alright, so we have to wait the 3 minutes, so while we're waiting the 3 minutes, I guess we can go ahead and build a little bit. Okay, go lay down. And these sloped walls are going to be a little bit of an issue. For now, let's go ahead and this little piece here will not actually correct. Like, we could have copied and pasted a section, except that this is sloped. And that slope is probably not going to be replicated anywhere along this wall. Just unfortunate, but that's the way it is. So can't really. I mean, well, I know for a fact that because we're going up 2 blocks, or going up 2 blocks is all right. No, we go up 4. Go down 4 as well. Yeah. So that actually might be replicated somewhere along here, but it'd be like really impossible to figure out exactly where. Just because of the nature of the block that's bent there. And I think this block here is bent a little bit too. Nope. Can't tell. Just looks like the texturing is messed up on it. It's apparently overlapping. A nice little glitch in the matrix there. That one is definitely bent. Like you can see through the area. So anyway, we'll go ahead and build a little piece in here to fill this. Alright. Takes care of that. Then we'll build another little piece over here to fill the other side. So just from there to here. Again. Alright. And then this is a block high right here. And I didn't mean for it to be, so we're just going to wipe that out, and that will take care of any issues with that. But this one was level, and then we're out 3 blocks from that, so we got 3 blocks from the other side too, so we're good on all of that. So now it is just up to kind of filling this. The quickest way to fill this, and we're going to use the gray again. We're going to touch right there above the engine. You're going to come across. Make sure we're not going up or down. And then we're just going to come back here. Oh, I forgot this is a slope. So we're gonna grab our line tool again, and we're gonna go to the middle, and we're gonna manage to select that block there, and then we're just gonna come right here, and we're gonna come over here, and now it's gonna lag really hard on us because the line tool does not like to be stretched quite this far. Now we're just going to go to the middle. We're not going any further than the middle. And we're going to make sure we're only getting one block tall. There we go. Alright. And we have some engine leaking through the material here. So we'll look at fixing that in a little bit. Right now, I think that's fine. And I'll see what we can do about that a little bit. So this actually fills though really nice, and then we're gonna deal with the excess in a minute. So get that all the way to the middle. Boom. All right, and so that is the ship all nice and tidy and completed. One of the ways that we might be able to deal with this this little glitch here, and it may or may not work. We might be able to delete a little section here, and like basically, well, here we'll just delete this from there, and then using the line tool again, starting there, going over one, and then basically just reattaching the line tool to this spot, which I need to also clear here for the line tool to go. And so if this doesn't work, we can just undo what we just did, and it'll go away, right? We haven't lost anything by doing that unless my computer crashes. But sometimes doing a different line will fix a flaw. And it did pull it out a little bit. And actually I'm like, it pulled it out enough that I wouldn't complain at this point about that. But you know what? I didn't actually look at this. This line is perfect. For some reason, it did the bottom perfect and the top didn't like. So, in which case, the easiest way to fix all of it is to grab that block, which gives us the full cutaway angle. We're going to go up one block higher, and we're just going to copy that, and then we're going to flip it over, and I think we need to flip it. Nope, not that way. Nope, not that way. So it'll be on a... Nope. Side? Nope. Okay. We'll get it here in a minute. Not that. So right now it's going up. I need to find an end here. So let's go right there. Now we rotated it and it went up. Okay, I was just on a piece that wasn't liking there before. And so now we're just gonna put it back up top with priority, and it looks like we're in perfect place. We're just gonna press shift and paste that over the top of it, and what do you know, it broke it again. So It actually broke it worse, which is funny because it like broke something up here at the top too. So that's the thing that happens sometimes too, is your paste just doesn't work. So we can see what it does over here. Nope, it broke it here again. So for some reason it's breaking it across there and doing worse with the other. So we'll just leave it alone. I'm actually happy enough with the replacement line. We'll just do the same thing over here. So all we gotta do is just grab these two, remove those, grab these two, and remove those. And then just grab our line tool again. And if we can get it where we want it. Oh, I had it for half a second. There we go. And move it over here. Remember, like the way we did it before. And instead of just making a different line, and it almost completely repaired the break there. And so I'm happy enough. Like I said, happy enough. It's not. I'm not overjoyed. I'm just happy enough with it. And so inside now we have a little bit of a weird. I have a weird look inside because now we get this ceiling that kind of drops down in here, and we don't want the dropped ceiling. And we also have a lot of really odd behavior over here, and this is all going to be resolved by just copying. We're going to remove this section of the ceiling first. So we're just going to grab here and roll across over to the other side, which is going to be way more difficult than potentially should be. Go back to not Greek. Alright, and we're just going to go until the yellow no longer touches the ceiling, which is right there. Alright, and that just kind of brings us up to a nice little smooth transition inside. And then we need to check outside to make sure it didn't explode anything up here, which all looks fine up here. Now, we've also, though, removed a little section here, and so we're just going to select from like 1 pixel back, or one voxel back, and we're going to get 2 high, and we're going to get 1 voxel forward, and make sure we actually got the inside, and I got to go inside. Oops, from the bottom now to do that. So we need that block. And we're just going to copy it. And we're going to paste it right back there without priority, which means that it'll take that rippling edge. Now we'll fix the ripply edge here in just a few minutes. I think we can fix the ripply edge. Not entirely sure on that. I know we can fix it here up close. Right, we should be able to fix anywhere we just flattened, which is out to here. We can fix this section of it. This section back here is a little more difficult to deal with because of the slope. So we'll have to kind of see on that. There is a potential way to fix it. Now, one of the things that I notice here is that in pasting this up here, got a little bit of weirdness here. And so, typically with weirdness like that, a couple hits with the Smooth Voxel Duel will usually resolve it. Just don't get too close to any edges, or you will create larger problems than you have. Okay, there we go. So that's all fixed. And then this side we will have deleted the exact same piece. So paste it, rotate it, and make sure you actually get it in the right spot. So right there. Paste that with priority. I pasted it with priority that time. I didn't paste it with priority last time, which is why it did the little weird ripply bit. And actually, if I paste it with priority, it looks like it squares up the ceiling nicer. So we're actually going to come over here. We're going to rotate it again, and we're going to paste it back into here again. I think it went right here. I think right here, and I think with priority was the appropriate. Nope, that was not the right spot. Okay, so having a hard time seeing it. So we need it to be like that would be the right spot then, maybe? And actually that should be the right spot if that wall is two blocks thick. That would be where we came out, so oh no, it's actually not. It's sticking out still. So there. There. Let's see if it's there. With priority seems to have worked there. Go inside and see how bad it looks inside. And we did smooth the ceiling here. We just need something here to get rid of that, and I don't know if we can do it or not. One of the ways that we can possibly deal with this is to basically pinch it away. Will sometimes work. And it's not wanting to work now, and so we're probably just going to leave this. I don't worry as much about cosmetic details in the engine room, and that's what this will be, is the engine room. Alright, so instead of bothering to repeat all of the work that we just did with that, we'll just copy as much as we can. I think we can probably get half. So over to here. That's half. Let's go one block further to get all of half. Copy that. Go down to the bottom. We're going to rotate it over, which should be that rotation right there. Yep. And then we're just going to smack it back on in the right place. So if we don't stick it way off in the middle of nowhere, that would be fantastic. So let's put it on the edge there. Let's move it around a little bit. That is it right there. So now we're just gonna paste with priority. There's half. Now we're going to rotate it the other direction, which is that way, I think. so it is that way? Nope. Not that way. Alright. That way. Aha. Okay. And then we're going to do the same thing. And what I'm anchoring it on back here is this center edge, and then I'm just moving it from there, which it doesn't need moved forward, it just needs moved left and right. So that should be, it needs moved up and down as well, but that's the spot right there. And then we're just gonna paste that on, and so now we just did the entire underneath end of it. Now the underneath will look exactly the same as the top. So you've got a very gradual slope in here, goes down. We got lots and lots and lots of kind of open area here for kind of everything, right? And we got the nice pretty anti-grav generator here. This is protect high security system. Interesting. It's got some sort of weird little blue swirling in there that appears and disappears at random. I'm anxious to see this thing fired up, but I want to make this look nicer first. Because right now it is a flying, weird-looking box, which is not what I want. So we're going to drop the pulsars and stuff. We're going to get everything moved up and make it look pretty now. So that is at -11. And then I think -11 for those as well. Alright, so here's a problem with doing -11. And that is that this one is kind of sunk at -11. So we're going to need to make a small cutout for this one. So it actually won't function right. So I'm going to start just right here. And cut out. So you can't see how much I'm actually cutting out here. But I'm actually going to cut out to, I think, right here. And we're just going to go down. And that gives us visibility to see how much we actually need to cut out. And then we can cut out a little bit more until we kind of get to the edge. And so that is the edge. Okay, just a minute, and I will get you a movie. Alright, there we go. So that's a full cutout, which is going to look weird inside, and it also looks weird across where there's a little bit of extra block here. So we'll just go ahead and chop this off across here. as well, and now we got a full cutout on the thing, and unknown hardier. Cool. All right. So I'm gonna take a little break here, and we'll get it back here in just a little bit. We've been going for 5 hours trying to get a ship to look pretty. So we're gonna get a baby girl to sleep for a little bit, and I'll be back in a little bit. I'll probably take a little nap myself, and then we'll get going again and see what it looks like. So I hope you guys are enjoying it so far. If you are, feel free to like and subscribe. We'll be doing some more interesting stuff later on, and we'll talk more about building with voxels and stuff. Just kind of going over the basics of using the essential tools first, and then we'll start getting into some real touchy stuff later on. So um, just stick around, like, subscribe, and we'll hopefully have some more content out for you pretty soon. So thanks for watching, guys, and you have a good one.